Hey there, travelers. My name's Kai, welcome to Probably Radical, and hey there, premarital. Oh, I think you were first. So, you get to be present and accounted for the pre-show warm-up banter sort of stuff that happens before a whole bunch of people pour in later. So how you doing, man? Oh, I could be playing Cyberpunk right now. I could be doing something else, damn it. Let's see. Let me, where is that premarital? Where is that taking place? And is there any way for me to monitor it live with you? All right. Sorry. It's, you know, once you have a community of a few hundred minimum, I think I'm coming up on 1,000 now, but active in Discord, it gets difficult to remember where everybody's from. But thank you for reminding me. So, Chamber of Deputies, Argentina. Cool. I'm going to look that up. Cool. All right. I see the vigil that's being held there. And a slide. They have a slide. Cool. What's the expectation? Does everybody think it's going to pass, or is there still friction on this one with the leadership? Yeah, find some. There we go. Yeah, we'll do a little chill EDM. Expectation is it's going to pass deputies like in 2018. Senate is the big question. Okay. So the Chamber of Deputies is sort of like your equivalent of our House of Representatives, from what I can tell. So yeah, that's par for the course. Yeah. All right. So that's par for the course. The will of the people is usually expressed through the House of Representatives or Chamber of Deputies in your case. And then you have the rich landholding assholes sitting in the Senate that fuck everything up. Cool. Senate is the big question. Well, I sure hope it gets it it makes it through the Senate as well. Fair, equitable, safe access to family planning, abortion, birth control, all these sorts of things are critical and crucial. So, hope you get it done. Does the heavy Catholic influence still hold a huge amount of sway there? Is that sort of the sticking point for a lot of people? Oh yeah, okay. I'd imagine as such. So, that Catholic Church, it manages to fuck stuff up everywhere it goes. All right. Well, let's. When's the? What would you say? 90 minutes or so. 90 minutes. All right. When does the Senate take a crack at it? If it passes the. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. If it passes the Chamber of Deputies, what's the schedule like for the senatorial vote? Is it like, do they have the option like ours do to just not even vote on it? Can they just ignore it? Yeah, what's that future look like? We're still one of the few non-Islamic countries in the world with an officially constitutionally dictated religion, after all. This is premarital. Can we get a little separation of church and state, please? Can we get a little secularism? Just everywhere. They have to vote on it, but they can push it back by a decent bit. Okay. All right. Fair enough. Fucking politicians. It doesn't really matter what country you're in. It's surprisingly similar how everybody gets fucked over by these assholes. Hey, Dalek. Amen. Yeah, can we get a little bit of secularism? Amen. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, look at us just trying to get COVID relief, a second check. I mean, we're down to, I forget what the amount would be these days. That initial $1,200 amortized over the time period that we've gone through. It's like less than $5 a day or something like that. It's ridiculous. Actually, I could probably do a rough calculation. Yeah, it's probably something around the $459, $460 a day sort of thing. We're having to fight to get unemployment benefits and, maybe another relief check. And to not grant blanket corporate immunity for businesses that force their workers into unsafe working conditions that they're almost guaranteed to contract COVID in. Yeah, wonderful. God, my voice has been rough this week. It's fucking brutal. We'll see what I can do. Let's see. So Facebook got hit with what was described as a massive antitrust lawsuit. I don't think it's sincerely what I would describe as massive. Hey, Ginger. But 46 states and District of Columbia and Guam have all have filed in a joint antitrust lawsuit that, if it went through, would force Facebook to seek approval anytime that they attempt an acquisition of $10 million or more. So companies, resources, assets, any sort of asset. If it's valuated at $10 million or more, then they would, hey Aries, then they would have to seek regulatory approval to do that. I've heard a couple of things, like it's a shot over the bow of companies like Alphabet, and, it's a first step and all of these sorts of things. Personally, I think it's, a half-assed measure and a compromise at best. They already own everything they need to own to manipulate massive swaths of the public. So it's not an attempt to break them up. It's not an attempt to shut them down in any meaningful manner. It's just a method of attempting to stop them from growing even further. Because it was Facebook we were concerned about doing that, not somebody like Amazon. Yeah. Last time it was 129, 125, 1. Yes, no, and abstain in deputies, and 31, 38 to 1. Yes, no, abstain, absent in Senate. Oh, hell, Lord Bezos. At least this time, Vice President is pro-abortion, so if it ties, we're good. All right, well, good luck getting those 7 swing votes that you need. It's just kabuki theater. Yeah, I'm in that camp as well. Let's see. We're now at the point where more Americans have died from COVID than died in all of Battle of World War II. So, yeah, that's a thing. I'm confused why we don't just have a blanket rule that acquisitions of a certain size or more need approval. I mean, that's a huge amount of government overreach. I think part of me, very much the libertarian anarchist portion of me, is like, fuck that. But then, I mean, you do need it at an antitrust monopoly level. You really do. But you should prevent it from happening in the first place. Not touching it tonight. I really am not. Like, it should have been prevented before it got to this point, right? Oh, yeah, I know. An Alphabet-Amazon merger of sorts would be a nightmare scenario. It would. Yeah. You want to freak out even more? Add a third one in there. Apple. Trillion-dollar company, and working on their way being a trillion-dollar company. Yeah. It would be a nightmare scenario. Ginger, I hope it remains a mild case. I won't talk about some of the stories. Then I'm a purge a couple of stories off my list here that I might have used as filler material. Hey, Frackle, thanks for the resub. Yeah, because there were some fucked ones. But I hope it's a mild case for you, man. It's fucked up. Do you know where you contracted it? I'm telling you, my voice is fucking rough. In no way, shape, or form do I actively advocate for what Premarital just said. What? Work, most likely. Yeah. Yep. Essential worker. Or some other shit. I swear. Well, Do are you covered? Do you have insurance of some are you covered? Do you have insurance of some form at least? No matter how shitty and American it is. Medicaid. All right, so then you're at least covered. Yeah. You will have 100% of your costs covered then. Cool. You won't get access to the next gen top shelf treatment that the likes of Donald Trump and Rudy Giuliani got access to, the antibody treatments and that sort of stuff. But at least you won't walk out of the hospital with a $1.3 million fucking hospital bill if that happens. Yep. And I mean, I'm not poor. Like, I'm not technically poor, but I'm not rich. So I'm poor, right? Like, I understand this. The middle class has been killed off. The buying power of what used to exist for the middle class has been whittled down during the boomer generation. And yeah. So I might as well be, working poor at this point. It's the same thing. Who would win, your life savings or one trip on the Wee Woo bus? Aries. What's a middle class? Exactly. Yeah, the Wee Woo bus is expensive. $3,000 territory for a short trip. God help you if they do anything while you're in the Wee Woo bus. Yeah, it's broken intentionally. And we need to do something about it. But we've got Joe Biden in as president, and we're struggling just to maintain the House and maybe eke out an edge in the Senate. It's not happening in the next 4 years. So, I mean, it's not happening at least in the next 2. I mean, if the next election cycle, we could score some representative seats and a few senatorial seats, then, we have a shot, but it's not happening in the next 2 years. We're so fucked. I wonder how many people are going to die in that amount of time. Shoplifting rates are up across the board, by the way. Honestly, I have no hopes for the 50-50 Senate. No. Nope. Yeah. Yeah. Nationwide, shoplifting rates are up, especially within supermarkets. People, oh God. Oh, please. Please, if there's a deity out there that can answer a call, I don't give a shit. Zeus. Yeah, I mean, Jehovah, Buddha. I'm just putting out a general fucking call. Is anybody answering these shit? Anybody picking these phone calls up? If Mitch could, they're gonna have to hide his grave, right? Like, they're gonna have to wall it off or some shit. It will become the most fertilized location in this country. It will be the Margaret Thatcher situation. I mean, people will line up around the fucking block to just piss and shit on that man's grave. He's such a horrible human being. Ding dong, the witch is dead. Soon, please. No, Dan Halen, sorry. We're just discussing prospects for the next 2 years of congressional. Oh yes, trust me, I'm with you there. Yeah. And it was mentioned that there is a possibility that Mitch may not make it that 2 years, but I think with the quality of health care that he can receive, he'll go full Dick Cheney and get an artificial heart or whatever the fuck. It doesn't matter. He ain't gonna die easily. But yeah, it was being talked about how it will be a very fertilized gravesite. Fuck that man. Man, he is evil. Yeah, I'll dance and piss on that. Ginger, it is. Yeah, the blood thinner. At least a couple. Usually one blood thinner doesn't do that. Yeah, that was definitely a side effect of high intensity blood thinner. So likely cardiac conditions, or some sort of vascular condition. Whether he strokes out or has a heart attack, only time will tell. But yeah, that's what that's indicative of. He's got some sort of vascular situation going on. Evil fuck. He's too wicked to die, but I can only hope, says Ares. There's an old Lewis Black bit about how the good die young and the evil live forever. So just go out on your front porch and yell at a bunch of kids who are passing by, and it's like taking a vitamin. Yeah. I just remember that. So Rakesh Singh. I just want to mention this guy's name. I think that when this sort of shit happens, where he flips his shell and dries out in the sun. Rakesh Singh was a newspaper. He was a newspaper. He was a newspaper reporter in Uttar Pradesh in India. And he exposed a whole bunch of political corruption. He was burned alive. He reported that 3 men were harassing him, telling him to back off the local politician that he was targeting at that point for his story. And the police did nothing because they're corrupt as well. They were right in the pocket of the politician. So, hey, Biker Car, thank you for the follow. And so he was stalked, harassed, told to back off the story, and he didn't, being the ethical journalist that he was. And he paid with his life. Yeah, they immolated him alive. And of course the police are saying, oh, we've got the 3 men in custody, and they'll see justice. I've seen multiple people out of India speculate that they'll probably just lose them in the system or lose them in transport, and they'll be back out on the street nonetheless. But yeah. Yep, exactly. Nevertheless, he persisted. Yep. Yeah, it is depressing. It is. I covered last week, earlier this week, 284 environmental activists and land defenders in Chile alone have been assassinated this year. Yeah. It's been a big year for corruption and assassination of media, investigative reporters, protesters, and defenders of rights and land, really, environmental activists around the globe. Many thousands this year in total. It's been a rough year for the good guys. Let's see. Fun fact, Mitch was alive when Operation Torch happened. Talk about dinosaurs. That was at the end of World War II. Operation Torch. Something to do with France. Yeah. North Africa. French North Africa. Back in colonial era. Yeah, full-on colonialism. Anglo-American invasion of French North Africa. Morocco, Algeria, and Tunisia. Okay, there we go. Hey, thank you for the follow, Zombie. Jesus, if he was around for... That was November 1942 to May 1943. He was born in 1942. Jesus Christ. I'm surprised he didn't heckle Lincoln during the Lincoln-Douglas debates. Fucker's old. It is amazing the degree to which we are ruled by just ancient fucks. Oh, I didn't resize that. I meant to resize that. God damn it. Mitch was a wee little hatchling. Yes, he was. He was but a wee little turtle. Yeah. Let's see. So the second, or the final lawsuit by Sidney Powell, you know, I don't know who remembers the, Release the Kraken. Her. Her final lawsuit has been dismissed. And I believe Ohio counterfiled against the Texas filing, today. That Texas filing is insane. Hopefully the upcoming constitutional reform will pull Chile out of the graveyard. I hope so. But as an American who fully understands how badly we need a constitutional convention, but also understands how terrifying that would be, I wish them much luck. Let me check. It could have been Pennsylvania. I'm not seeing either upon initial. When Giuliani wants nothing to do with you. Yeah, it was. I don't even think it's a counterfiling. I think it's a statement. It's an amicus brief. Yeah. That's what it is. Pennsylvania's at least. And it's also an amicus brief by Ohio as well. So, yeah. That's what that was. With misspellings. Oh yeah, it was the Kraken filings were hilariously bad, and the Texas one, the expertise that is utilized or it is founded upon is hilariously bad. The guy makes a baseline assumption that all votes for statistical analysis purposes, all votes in the 2020 election should be equal to the votes cast for Hillary Clinton in 2016. I mean, that's literally at the foundation of this guy's assessment, is that the votes were different than what Hillary got in 2016. Therefore, they're fraudulent. I mean, there's no... Yeah. They're voting for the members of the Constitutional Convention on April. 30% of the population are Pinochet shills, so the remaining 70 gotta be smart with their votes. Oh, I hope they are. I sure hope they are. Yeah, because it's gonna be. It is very dangerous to open up the door to a constitutional convention. They need it. Don't get me wrong, but they need it. So do we. But with tens of millions of Trump voters and corporations and oligarchy and technocracy that we have, I couldn't imagine I mean, we would ExxonMobil would get a seat in the Senate if we held a constitutional convention today. I firmly believe something like that would happen. Like, corporations would get Senate seats. Yeah, it would be a nightmare. Yeah, that's what you get when you live within a bubble. Live in a bubble within a bubble. Yeah, it's exactly, Dalek. That's what I'd be afraid of. I think that line of thought would, that legal argument may hold up. Corporations are people, so why not let them run for Senate? It would be. Yeah. Yep. I like I said, I think it would firmly happen. Let's see. Hey, Nixon Plumber. Jesus Christ. Partisan hackery. That's what I firmly accuse you of. Plenty of corporate representation on the Democrats, but there's also near universal corporate representation on the Republican side as well. But your failure to acknowledge that and your unwillingness to go there right out of the gate shows the partisan hackery that you're up to immediately. Hey, Billy. Oh, leadership and most of the rank and file. Yeah, most of the rank and file. Yeah, McConnell's got to go. Paul's got to go. Feinstein's got to go. Pelosi's got to go. Schumer's got to go. Yeah, there's most of them have to go, quite frankly. You do realize I'm not a Democrat, Nixon. Your attempt to, like, burst my bubble. I don't live in that bubble. I'm not a Democrat. Anarchist. A collapsing down of hierarchical power structures into a heterarchy, which is a horizontal organizational structure, and a philosophical challenging of power and authority mechanisms wherever they may lie. If they do not justify their power and authority, then the dismantling and replacement thereof. Yeah. Dalek, just change it to throughout the government. Concept, Senate is divided by the top 50 national industries instead of states. Totally not fascist corporativism. Don't think about it too hard. Yeah, exactly. A little bit of humanitarianism, egalitarianism goes a long ways. Premarital. But when you see things through a partisan lens to start with, it's difficult to see how anybody else could see it outside that lens. But hey, It's a slow night. If you want to talk theory, plumber, feel free. It's a nice, quiet night. The majority of people are, I think, playing Cyberpunk right now, which is what I should be doing. I've got grinding to do, goddammit. Corporate media needs to go as well. There's a whole host of things that need reformed in that arena. Yeah. There's a bunch of industries that should probably be partially nationalized and reorganized as a result. You can do something with it. I mean, it's premarital. I wasn't expecting, like, I didn't hype it to the point of thinking that this was literally going to, like, suck me in Matrix style and become an all-encompassing perfect world, right? I know how to temper my expectations. I'm a fucking anarchist in America after all, right? Yeah, it's a day one launch. And if anybody remembers Witcher 3 on launch day, it was brutal. So yeah, it's got tons of bugs that they'll need to hammer out. If you're not super interested in the game to start with, wait for the Game of the Year edition. 100%. Wait for the Game of the Year edition. They'll get a bunch of stuff fixed. They'll get a bunch of stuff added that they need to add. Yeah, GTA 5 was buggy as hell too. It's a day one launch. That was just the way it is. But there's a bunch of stuff that needs fixing and tweaking and changing and adding. But the story and the world building is solid. I get to hack stuff at a distance in a cyberpunk dystopia. It's thematically, it's my genre that I enjoy the most. It's a very big city with a lot of stuff to do. And a lot of different ways to do it. So whether I hack a dude at a distance and upload a virus into his system and it spreads throughout the network, whether I sneak up behind and choke him out and put him into a crate Hitman style, whether I slide in behind him with a katana and fucking take their head off, whether I, go in guns a-blazing and just shotgun to the face, or you just straight up punch these motherfuckers to the ground if you want. There's a lot of different combat styles. There's a lot of different ways to solve problems in the world. And I enjoy the general theme and world building of it as well. But there's a bunch of bugs. But like multiple people have said, it's a day one release. So don't expect anything other than that. Yeah, I've been having fun. I haven't even really gotten that far in the main storyline because I've been out grinding stuff. I overlevel my characters. That's how I play those types of games, is I do everything else but the main quest line. And then I walk in and just sort of flick the bad guy and just, I want to feel like a god amongst men in these sorts of games. I want to be a badass merc, right? Like, I want that feeling. So, yeah, I grind the shit out of him. I've already got a pretty advanced deck, and I got a bunch of fucking cyberware, and got some really good weaponry. Got a really nice sword. Yeah, and like I said, still, I'm not even allowed to leave the first area because I haven't gone far enough in the main mission to get outside the what's called Watson. The main the starting area, like the prologue area. I'm not allowed to leave it yet. I haven't progressed enough in the story. So yeah, I'm just grinding shit out, and I have fun. Hey, stream, I'm a nomad as well. Glad to see you saw the inner anarchist when you were reading the descriptions. Yeah, I'm a nomad as well. Jesus Christ. Give me one sec. My heater's on too high. I'll be right back. All right. Anyway, yeah, that was a few degrees too high. I put a mild amount of trust on the bugginess of the game after the 38 delays and hundreds of crunch hours. Fortunately, I'm not touching this game until it goes dirt cheap, like 8 years down the line, so it doesn't matter. Gaudy edition. Ginger, not to the extent that I think you should be able to. I think the genital customization is not great. There's circumcised, uncircumcised, small, and big, as far as like male genitalia choice. Where's my slider? Where's my option to do that? Yeah, where's my, like, you know, does it hang left or right option? But don't worry, Nexus Mods already has a listing for Cyberpunk. So the community is gonna mod the shit out of this game. They're gonna mod the ever-loving fuck out of this game. So there's hope there. I know, right? They don't even have a dick slider. 0 out of 10, unplayable. Well, given that Cyberpunk is about a technocratic, oligarchical, dystopian nightmare future that we're we're firmly heading towards, it's apropos of the conversation. But hey, if you want to be if you just want to be you know, that guy, like if you want to be that guy, okay, be that guy. You may take a look at the SpaceX test flights of the Raptor engines. You couldn't even control the curvature of your penis. It is, I think there's not enough. I mean, granted, I'm very early in. I mean, Cyberpunk, sort of the world of the tabletop Cyberpunk, the lore is really well fleshed out. And sort of the stratification between the ruling wealthy class and the working poor is handled with a lot of nuance and a lot of depth. And I don't think, hey, thank you for the follow bones. I don't think that the game is really going to get into that as much. I think they're going to use it as an aesthetic more than anything else, based on what I've seen in the lore, because I have been running around Watson a shit ton, and reading all of the stuff that I can pick up. But yeah, I'm waiting to see how that plays out in the game, whether it's representative. Oh yeah, I did see them. I came across them. They actually got murdered. The sex worker gang. There was a whole host of them got murdered by, I think, some tiger claws. I came across a gang fight. Stable free fall of the rocket engine, secondary ignition to right itself, issues with the landing. Read it blew up, but overall went much better than expected, and they got all the test data they were looking for to design the next iteration. Cool. Good on him. Too bad it's run by the fucking nightmare that is Elon Musk. But hey. If the Cyberpunk caste system isn't as extensive as the colonial Spaniard ethnic castes, I'm going to be disappointed. You're going to be disappointed. Yeah, you're going to be disappointed. It was even... yeah, they've got it firmly stratified. They've just, like, even fixers who are doing well for themselves, when you get into their, like, locations, they look like squats. Roaming sex worker gangs with massive cocks is the future liberals want. Wait for the mods. Yeah, the mods will do that. The communities, like I said, they're gonna mod the shit out of this. Gotta keep track of the poor people blood at least into the 130 seconds. Well, I have some news for you. You get trees if you don't update your drivers. Yeah, I mean, you should have your game ready drivers installed on launch. Yeah, also you might want to use DLSS, turn off chromatic aberration, turn off film grain, and you know, I've also seen that bunch of people were noticing that the 2066s in 2060s were having some of the best performance results for some odd reason. That was discussed at length on Reddit, that was a thing. Don't know why. Scientist in me is super excited for what this means for Mars missions. The activist in me is pissed that all of these efforts are benefiting Musk. 2060 master race. Yeah, it was weird. There was at least a group of 2060 owners that were saying, yeah, no, we're getting great performance without really having to tweak anything. And there was people in the 30 series that were getting just dog shit performance. So yeah, make sure your drivers are up to date. Turn off chromatic aberration. Turn off fucking film grain. And use like balanced or performance DLSS, and you should get decent frame rates out of it. My face is burning and tingling. Like my neuropathy is affecting my face. It's not just hands, it's not just feet, it's my whole body that can burn and tingle. And right now, it is my face. Oh, lovely. What a wonderful experience. Why have frames when you can just have CP76 has stopped working? I've had 3 crashes. Yeah. Luckily, never in like a critical spot. Oof. Momo. I've had the outside. I've never had like that's brutal. That's brutal. Yeah, right now, like my nose is especially bad. But yeah, that's a rough one. Seems like you're on a cyberpunk withdrawal, my friend. Some of the like, trust me, if I could get that shit, like, Jesus Christ, pain, like literally there's a pain blocker chip that you can install in Cyberpunk. Oh, exactly. Just get a better body. Fuck. Trust me. Yeah. Yeah, I'd be peace out, motherfuckers. What's your neuropathy from, Momo? Who was it? Lithuania. There we go. Oh, lovely. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, mine's autoimmune, progressive small fiber neuropathy. So, you know, rather than autonomic, mine's going after the sensory nerves, which, in the words of all of my my neurologists ever, don't worry, it won't kill you. It'll just make you wish you were dead. Yay. Sorry to hear that, Mama. Oh, you got both. Oh, well, congratulations. You won the lottery of shit. That's rough. Yeah, Tell you, probably wouldn't be here if I had both. Yeah. It's rare I get to say this, but you're a stronger person than I. So anyway, let's make fun of somebody. Petras Gražulis. He's a Lithuanian parliament member. He's a vocally anti-LGBTQ plus member of the Lithuanian parliament. Anybody want to guess where this one's heading? He was on a Zoom call and a naked man walked by in the background. As one does. Exactly. Yeah. It was simple as that. He's got a Zoom call, like, locked in right here, basically. Right? Very weird shot. Kind of up, really tight. And naked dude. Yeah. Yeah, don't worry. They said no homo before they did anything. This is the second one in, what, 7 days? Oh, I love this. I absolutely adore it when this happens. Bunch of fucking self-hating dickheads. You know? As a gay dude, this kind of shit really gets me annoyed. Like, oh, so you like dick. You like to suck dick in private. But in public, you're too much of a coward, a spineless, bootlicking, supplicant piece of shit to stand up for your fellow homosexuals, bisexuals, queers, the whole 9 yards. Take your pick. Yeah. You're actively passing anti-LGBTQ legislation. You're actively in the public eye talking shit. Meanwhile, back in your apartment, you're fucking gobbling cock. Fuck you. Fuck you. Oh. One of our deputies got suspended a few months back for sucking his girlfriend's tits on a congressional Zoom call. Hey, Ninja. Oh, Ninja, you took a break from Cyberpunk. That's what we're all doing anyway. We're all just taking a break from Cyberpunk. Alex Jones jerks it to trans porn and he's a massive transphobe. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Yeah, I remember that a while back. Somebody caught, it was like the in-studio camera shot down on his iPad or whatever, right? Yeah. And tragic. They can't come to terms with that and they cause suffering on others. Yes, 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 that's exactly. A Mac user. Oof. How's that going for you? Hey, Peach. GOP is a self-hating gay man too. I mean, is he? Like, I mean, I get that vibe from him for sure. But has he been caught out yet? And the far right in the closet, name a more iconic duo. I know, right? Tell me about it. And while we're talking about pieces of shit, Deputy in
a New York Police
Shut the fuck up. Deputy Inspector James Coble. He's an NYPD officer. He was assigned to the Equal Employment Opportunity Division. And he is a writer for a racist blog. You know, as one does. He got caught liking a gay porn star's tweet or video, something. GLP liked gay porn. It was your daddy OnlyFans. You are daddy OnlyFans in a collab with Sean Boy UK. And it was on onlyfans.com/Anthony D. And it was a Twitter post by the Your Daddy OnlyFans. Interesting to see the type of dudes he's into. Sort of burly, berry, muscular, white dudes. Interesting. Yeah, I will tell you, like, you know, if you just type Jesse Lee Peterson liked gay porn into DuckDuckGo, the top result is a Reddit thread, and it's got a screen grab of it. Yep. Well then, so then we know. Momo, he needs a discipline, eh? Yes, apparently he does. He needs the discipline, or craves it. Amazing how this always plays out. You show me a pastor or a media, you know, a talking head or a politician who's adamantly, vehemently anti-gay, and I'll show you someone who's probably steady banging a male prostitute on the weekends. Oh, no. He could never be a twink. He's not much of an otter either, quite frankly. Didn't really fit most of those, quite frankly. Definitely not a bear, definitely not an otter. Oh, for sure not a twink. Me but younger is twink. All these self-haters hating people definitely desperately are in need of a joint. Oh, for sure. A good mushroom trip and a joint would do these fuckers some good. Ninja. A lot of good. Fort Bragg. Premarital. Fort Bragg. You are correct. Home of U.S. Army's Airborne and Special Operations Command claims that its official Twitter account was hacked after sending explicit tweets. The account began replying to an adult content creator from the platform OnlyFans. Hacked by Critical Horny. Yeah. It looks like they deleted the tweets. Just shame. Quinfinite. Quinn space FINITE. They deleted the whole ass account. Jesus Christ. Yeah, they did. And follow up, not a hack. They claimed that it was a civilian administrator with official access to the account that did it. I just looked up power bottom. Am I gay now? Ginger, that is exactly how it happens. One day you do an internet search, and the next you're just being slammed. Yep, repeatedly by multiple dudes. So, be sure, since, you are COVID positive right now, be sure to like social distance for the time being. Try and suppress that thirst that you're feeling. The agenda, it's been discovered. Quick, send the assassins. Yeah, it's amazing how this shit is so reliable. What else we got? Oh, you know what? Do I have... Yeah, I don't know why that's on even. There we go. I'm thirsty for K-Tony. Well, you can't have him. So Human Rights Watch got leaked documents from a government watch list that shows that China is now or has been detaining Uyghur Muslims for simply being under 40 years of age. Basically, any Uyghurs that they come across that are younger than 40 years of age, automatically into the camp. I searched women wearing flannels on Google Images once and became bisexual. Truly tragic. Hey, Purge. Yeah, and some of the other reasons that are just used as justification in the list that was obtained, switching off their phones repeatedly, born in the 1980s, generally acting suspicious, linked to sensitive countries, and so if you're under 40s and Uyghur in China, you're going into the work camp. I searched Mitch McConnell and became asexual. That is how that happens. 100%. 100%. Oh, this is hang on. I'll put this on screen because this is insane. This is the woman who was the first in the world to receive the COVID vaccine. Okay. Pay attention, this wasn't just any random old lady. She's a Freemason crisis actor. They let you know who they are and everything they do, whether you notice or not. The eyeball and the inverted triangle. Pyramid. The nurse is also on the job. Ain't doctors supposed to wear gloves? These people want to kill us. Yes, exactly, Ginger. Exactly. Illuminati confirmed. These people need therapy. They need therapy. Like, I mean, I've talked about it at length before. I've got a buddy who went down that rabbit hole. And now he is firmly... I have no idea what is actually on her sweater. You think the evil Illuminati would stop giving us hints as to everything they do? Yeah, it's supposed to be... yeah, it's a global emote. It really is. It's how fucking insane it is. Symbols everywhere. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I had a buddy that went down that rabbit hole, and now he's like, it's a pipeline. It really is. He's, you know, espousing, last I had heard, now he's espousing like anti-Semitic and racist nonsense. And, you know, he was trying to make an argument with one of our social circle that existed, you know, that everybody slowly peeled off from it because of this dude. Like, we are all still in contact, just not with him. And the last one to hold out, I was second to last, and the last one to hold out, Hussein, there's one other crazy conspiracy nut job along with him. He was talking to him, and he started talking just the Jews and the blacks had it good under slavery. And we're like, dude, how the fuck did you end up there? Like, it's a pipeline. It's a pipeline. And I firmly believe that most of the people who are modern day conspiracy theorists, because back in the day it was fun. We all remember back in the day when it was all fucking, you know, aliens and Atlantis and Edgar Cayce. It was amusing. It was fun. Now it's a whole fucking other thing. And I do truly believe that it is a form of sort of learned mental illness. It is a spiral of sorts. It is it's a self-reinforcing feedback mechanism of sorts. And it, you know, I watched it over the course of 12, 15 years. And so oh, that's a deep cut. Wow, Purge. That's a deep cut. Yeah, it is. They drive, they fuel. They provide a lot of the fuel for the fire of that sort of Facebook level of anti-masker, anti-vaccine, you know, 5G is causing COVID nonsense. That's where that comes out of. And it sort of pollinates this, you know, the outer ring of crazy. Hey, motherfuckers. We're just talking the dangerous kind of conspiracy theorist. That's all. I was talking to a Brown University neuroscientist, and she said that there's so many people who had this sort of issue that they could not put it in the DSM because everybody would be in it. Nobody let the Nazis know that Arabic is a Semitic language. They'll have a picnic. yeah. Pseudoscience kills. Yes, it does. And yeah, we were looking at an image of a crazy fucker who shared a post about the first woman who got the COVID vaccine and how she was a Freemason crisis actor, member of the Illuminati shit. It's special, should put it that way. But prior to that, we were talking about self-hating gays. Because a Lithuanian member of parliament got caught with a naked dude in his apartment. Second one inside a week. Yeah, cucumbers. Oh. So, do you have a good stream, Curio? Changing channel. Oh yeah, that he's probably pissing. To be honest, he's always pissing. Smallest bladder in Kentucky. It's not gay if you don't watch his peanuts flop while you're on call. Oh, yeah. I still can't get over that one. Hey, thanks for the follow, Andre. France has an outbreak of bird flu, by the way. Just a heads up. I mean, I know bare minimum for holding companies. You know, it's a shell company. Holdings companies are the classic, what we call shell companies. It's a company it's a corporate structure that owns a majority stock or asset share of another company. The holdings companies don't actually make anything. They don't do anything. They are there just for their the corporate architecture that they provide. It often has to do with sheltering and shielding tax liability. I need more context for that question, Ghost. So it's the better one, right? Because they have voting rights. Yeah. If you're looking to invest, yeah, you should be investing in the holdings company. Though there is ways to stack sort of potential profit by analyzing what the holdings companies own and investing in the subsidiaries as well. But I'm not an investor. That's not what I've ever gotten into. I'm not really good at trading. Once upon a time, very long ago, I looked into it a decent amount, but I don't have the mind for it. I despise all of it enough to the point where I'm not good at it. But yes. I do know that a lot of banks became holdings companies after the 2007, 2008 credit crunch. A lot of banks converted to holdings companies. So that was part of one of the parts of that scam. But yeah. But you have to look out for the assets they hold could become toxic assets and negatively impact the holding company's valuation. That is a potential liability that you need to be aware of. It's not a pressing liability in most cases because most holdings companies, either one, they're set up as a shell corporation just to protect against tax liability, or two, they're an actual holdings company and they've got usually a diversified set of holdings. So go for the real ones, not the shell corporations. Oh, Jesus. So what'd you guys get up to on Curio Show? I've only had one I've only had one partisan hack come through tonight. That hey, thanks for the follow, Dan. That was, you know, well the Democrats, you know. But we chased him off by talking about Cyberpunk. Not kidding. Not kidding. We just talked about Cyberpunk for a few minutes. Is this a political discussion or not? And he left. I found a salmon company that I was going to invest in, and then I found the holding company. For its stock rating was about $1.75. Its cost 12. Who's the company? Okay. Oh, it's one of the, okay, so it's a New Zealand based company. All right. At least it's not the Finnish one. It's not bad. Ooh, it's down. It's way down. Yeah, it's holding. It's holding like 1505 on the Australian exchange, but last January it was 2.2. Yeah. Give me a 3-year on that. Oh yeah, it's at a low. Give me a 10-year. Yeah, I'd say it's a solid investment. If I would investigate Ghost, I would investigate their back end heartily if you were going to put any significant money into this company. I would make sure their supply line for their whatever their feed mechanism is. I would investigate that supply line. I would investigate their equipment supply line as well, because they use a fair amount of nets and that sort of thing. Make sure all of that is shored up. And if all of that is shored up, then yeah, they're at a 3-year low right now. That's likely going to rebound after COVID sometime. So, I mean, it could bottom out and they could go bankrupt because of other forces. There's no guarantee in the stock market. But as far as buying low and selling high, this is a company that's, you know, performed better. And so, yeah. Watch housing market first come January, then watch markets. They have a proprietary breed of the Alaskan king salmon. Yeah, then all of this is evil. All of this is horrible. And all of this is the reason the world is the way it is. But if you want to profit from it, yeah, this is probably a decent company to profit from. Yeah. It yeah, you need to investigate the back end of that a fair amount though. It's just perpetuating a capitalistic cycle, especially utilizing public stock exchanges like that. That's all. It's just part of the cycle. Another cog in the machine. Not really. The free market isn't really a thing. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, Australia, what are you up to now? Lovely. Australia's looking to pass. Exact premarital. That's spot on. Australia's looking to pass a surveillance bill that will allow children as young as 14 to be interrogated by federal government agents, could see journalists jailed for 5 years for refusing to reveal their sources. They could, let me, some of the lists here. The authorities could hack, secretly take over, add, copy, and delete material on computers and digital accounts anywhere in the world without the account holder's knowledge or consent. Anybody from Black Lives campaigners, kangaroo authoritarianism, and thanks for the cheers, Mitrai. Climate, forest activists, anyone who uses social media to protest and organize could, quote, be subjected to these new invasive laws that will allow government agents to infiltrate people's social media platforms, change their wording, have complete control over a person's social media presence. It would allow the Australian Federal Police, the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission, and the Australian Signals Directorate to disrupt any activity online. Oh, strap in, Mitrai. Wait for this. Hey, Grumpy, wait for this statement. You're gonna love this statement, Mitrai. Are you ready? You ready? As we consider this legislation, Labour will work constructively with the government to keep Australians safe, a spokesperson for Labour's Shadow Home Affairs Minister Christina Keneally said. Yes, Labour will work constructively with the government to keep Australians safe. Oh, I'm sure they will. Let's see. Kangaroo authoritarianism. Yes. If the law passed, Australia is going back on the no-no list. They're already on the no-no list. Family and friends will turn on each other to save their own arse. The purge has begun. The amount of digital privacy that has been surrendered. Hey, Joe. The amount of digital privacy that has been surrendered in the name of safety in my lifetime. We went from basically universal digital privacy. If you knew what you were doing in the early days, it was extraordinarily difficult to track you, to essentially the panopticon. I have seen a near 100% loss. There's some technologies, you know, Tor over VPN or I2P, these sorts of things can wrest back some of your privacy and right to freely communicate with one another. But the barrier to entry is fairly steep for most people. So there's an argument to be made there. But, I mean, the average person, the amount of overwhelming surveillance that is being conducted is just astounding to me. That's right. I have unlimited data now. I should consider running a node. Yeah, 1991. Hey, maybe don't post instructions on how to craft a nuclear bomb online. 2022. All major websites require a valid ID during account creation. Purge. Privacy does not exist anymore. Not unless you know what you're doing. Like I said, privacy is skill walled. You can get it. It's doable. But there's a particular set of skills that one needs to be able to do it. And the average person isn't prepared to do that. Oops. Didn't mean to open that. Oh boy. Yeah, we should do... at this point, I've accepted that Alphabet and Papi Bezos own my private info. That's the thing, is I'm okay with using a public cloud. Hey, thanks for the follow, Bonds. I'm okay with it for certain things, because I have the technical know-how. If I need to drop off grid to do something, I can do that. It's not a big deal. But I worry and feel and empathize and sympathize with the average person. And the average person they aren't prepared for this sort of stuff. They just aren't. Do I still have... Oh, scroll up. Yeah, I still have them. Yep, I still got my grumpy sub. What do we got? Oh yeah. The attorney general that filed for Texas. It's okay, Bonds. You're free to lurk. You don't have to say anything. You don't have to comment anything in particular. You're free to lurk, but you're also free to contribute anything you want. You got a joke you want to tell, or you've got something serious you want to discuss, or anything in between. It's all fine. It's been nearly 1 year without any party here. Getting sad. I'm sorry, Grumpy, that your French inclination towards a good party is being repressed and oppressed by the situation. Yeah, that's rough. That's rough. I might throw in some dirty talk. Hey, as long as it conforms to terms of service, I don't care. I'm fine with that, Bonds. Mitre will by all means love that probably. Thoughts on Trotskyism? Not a fan of vanguardism. Not a fan of. I'm not a communist, right? That's the thing, is I'm an anarchist. And, you know, Bakunin versus Marx at the Second International, the lack of invitation towards anarchists for the Second International. Come on. There you go. And especially Trotsky's tendency towards vanguardism, which is just another form of hierarchical, power structure, which as an anarchist, I'm fundamentally, in opposition to, especially within this sort of situation. Now, like orthodox Marxism, as far as the capital critiques go, I constantly give him credit for. His critique of capitalism, especially in its late stage, end stage functionality, I believe is probably some of the most accurate critiques of capitalism, period. But as far as what should be done, not a fan. And then, yeah, he's Trotskyists and being 10 times worse than Trotsky in every way possible. Name a more iconic duo, says Premarital. I'm not a revolutionary. I'm not an insurrectionist. I'm what I call a Thesusian incrementalist. So I generally don't get along with that line of thinking anyway. I think that the sort of revolutionary act should be done in micro revolutions or in a microcosmic scale rather than a macrocosmic scale, especially given the global electronic interconnected systems that we have today. I don't think it's reasonable, pragmatic, or realistic to conduct a Marxist or Trotskyist revolution in a modern day Western nation. I don't think it's possible, but even if it were possible, I don't think that it would be the thing that you would want to do. I think it would be akin to genocide. I think a lot of people are going to die. So there you go. A year ago, I got anarchism on 8 values. That means you would have had to peg 100% on one of those scales. What did you, do you have your score from 100? From last year? Because I'd always be interested in looking at it. So what you're saying is bring the socialist revolution to Orient. Gotcha. Yeah, it's... like I said, and again, I'm really, really hesitant towards the open ascription to vanguardism that Trotsky was such a fan of. I understand that inclination. I understand that impulse. Trust me, I understand it. But I think that ultimately what happens with the vanguard, especially through a revolution, you just end up with a new ruling class. And that's been shown time and time again, really. No, they would be considered direct action, not revolution. Yeah. And it's so difficult. It's DDoS technically these days because it's so difficult to pull off a proper DOS attack anymore because you really have to be a state actor. Systems are far more resilient than when we used to conduct just straight DOS attacks back in the day. Now it's dynamic distributed. It's distributed denial of service attacks because you need a cluster, you need a network of systems to conduct it. But that's just my old IT geek shit coming out right there. But no, they aren't revolution. They would be direct action. Back in me day, exactly, premarital. Back in my day, you could actually conduct a DOS attack, but now systems are fairly more resilient, and most people have a lot of bandwidth, so it's not something that occurs very often these days, unless, like I said, you're a state actor. They have the resources to do a singularly focused, but ultimately it's going to be a distributed network anyway. So either way, in no way do I advocate for or encourage blah 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 blah. Hey Dirtling. I think that's probably solid, Ghost. Honestly, yeah. I think that's a reasonable position to take. What are the chances of civil war, considering that almost all the states are pitted against each other in lawsuit along political lines? Yeah. No, I got you, Dirtling. Unlikely? Or what form of a civil war do you expect to see? That's the question you need to ask yourself. Because if you see maybe a financial, economic civil war, sure. Cultural civil war, sure. A hot, full-on, shooting at your brother civil war, probably not. But you could see a balkanization happen. It's always in the cards. It's always a possibility. I slept only 2 hours. I'm kind of really out of my shoes. It's an interesting idiom. But either way, why did you only sleep 2 hours, Grumpy? What were you up doing? What were you distracted by? My grandfather may or may not have done a movie review forum or two back in during the early days of the internet. Grandfather, Jesus Christ. Joe hasn't been able to sleep proper in 2 weeks. He's losing his shit. I got decent sleep last night, actually. Thank you, Mitre. Insomnia. Okay. I understand where you're at. Skier. I grew up as a skier. I was born in Vermont, so I grew up on skis. Saying, I think the thing that changed me was no longer believing that the people make the best choice, but I agree that vanguardism is dangerous. So I'm sort of I'm at a sort of apolitical standstill. We've got a centrist authoritarian in the community by the name of I Am Homelander, who openly talks about that sort of stuff, that he firmly believes that due to the ineptitude of the populace, that you need that sort of system, that authoritarian element to control and implement. We disagree, but, it's my token authoritarian. So I understand that impulse. I really do. Nice. I don't know, lizard eggs. Yeah, Yoshi eggs wouldn't taste good. I mean, they're essentially like lizard eggs, right? Lizard eggs aren't great eating. So, yeah. My opinion is that we have the right to be dumbasses. You have the freedom to take risks, and if you're hurt or die, it's your fault. I also think that being of an elevated consciousness that our species is to one degree or another, that the tool building technologists that we are, that it behooves us to build some sort of social safety net to catch people when they take those risks. So, but that's just me being a humanitarian and egalitarian, anarchist, right? I think that there should be some form of social safety net mutual aid system there. We're not going to get the mutual aid system tomorrow, so I'll settle for some level of social welfare system. But ideally, we wouldn't need the governmental implementation of it. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, then we'd agree with that. Give me one sec. Oh. Jeez. That's it. Cool. Yeah. I wish, but that's, who was that? Skier. No. I'll cycle through a few of them. See if we can't find something that'll work for you, Grumpy. I kind of take an egoist perspective to the populace making bad decisions. If it doesn't affect my goals, then it doesn't matter. That's a fairly effective manner to take, actually. Skier. If it doesn't get in your way of progress, in the way of your progress, then, yeah. Problem is that more often than not, people vote against their own self-interests. They get in their own way. There's problems across the board. Thank you, Perch. It's been a fairly slow, and my throat's been rough this whole fucking week, but thank you for the compliment nonetheless. Let's see. Yeah, exactly, Joe. I feel you on that one. Problem is when the government exploits that stupidity for the sake of its own wealth and power and manipulates the people in a way that fucks them over. And let's remember, we can call it the government, but even Stanford political science department agreed several years ago now, it's an oligarchy, right? The form of governance in this country is an oligarchy. So when we're talking about government, we're talking about rich people. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about millionaires and billionaires. That's it. Powerful entities with tons of resources at their disposal. So, I just like to make that distinction sometimes. That you could, I'd prefer not to have this at all, but you could have something that's at least functionally better than this. But really, Warp? Great. Uncle Touchy and Kamala the Cop. Great. Person of the year. Never mind, they're people, not person. I do love... I'm so happy that we can go back to shitting on libs, though. Like, that was a thing. Oh, he was made loser of the year. So that'll definitely. Der Spiegel. Yeah. The German magazine labeled Trump the loser of the year. Oh. Alright. What was that, Karen? Oh, God. That's, Purge, that's an old conspiracy theory about FEMA. It's not a fucking thing. It's like some crazy fucking, Alex Jones shit. Do you agree local Jesus Christ, forgive me. Do you agree local governments should be more powerful? I mean, I'm an anarchist, right? I'm a ground up kind of guy, right? Individual sovereignty, 1:18 a.m. It's my voice more than anything else that is dragging me down, Grumpy. Yeah, it's a little rough. I'd prefer to be more energetic, but I can't allow my voice up to that. But anyway, that and I'd rather be playing Cyberpunk. I really would. Responding to Skier. Yeah, I'm a ground up kind of guy anyway, right? Individual sovereignty, and, you know, consensus decision making, should be, you know, the backbone of any good anarchistic organizational structure, in my opinion, at least. You can do some direct democracy with, you know, approval voting, and that'll get you close. But, you know, I prefer consensus decision making. But yes, the individual sovereignty should come first, and then everything arises out of that. Free association and mutual aid and networking and all of that sort of stuff, committee selection, delegate selection, federation, all these sorts of things come after, and then you loop back around. Anything that needs approval needs to be kicked back to the individual sovereign level, and then they can reapprove any sort of thing that is done at the delegate level. You fold in instant recall, and you fold in instant recall and overturns. So if somebody votes for something and their group decides that this is again antithetical to why they were selected as a delegate, then you can recall them and overturn their vote instantly. You can put all sorts of checks and balances in place along the way from a ground up system, if you so choose. Oh, that's the GlitchCon Dirtling. That's the GlitchCon 2020 attendee badge. So it's it's Twitch. It's the TwitchCon. Yeah, I got you covered, Grumpy. Yeah, dare to speak up on lies or some toxic shit some liberals did during the Trump admin, and you were a Trumper, even though you just did a scathing 20-minute criticism of Trump and the Republicans beforehand. I know, right? I'm just so happy that we can go back to shitting on the libs and call it a day. Yeah, attendee? Yes, it's exactly what it means. Ginger. Oh. And Skier. If you want some reading, it's not that long, but it's an essay I wrote on anarcho-syndicalism, and it does talk a bit in the second half about that sort of ground-up organizational structure, and some of the core tenets and philosophies that go along with this sort of thing. So feel free to read, feel free to ignore, but you seem curious. And as you said, sort of at an apolitical standstill with your ideologies, beliefs. So maybe that can push you in a direction or push you into a different direction, you know? Who knows? But it does talk about some of that sort of stuff. For some reason, I've always felt uneasy around authority, even though I've never had any particularly bad incidents. I've got a couple, a few, but not anything that I would describe as particularly bad. And I've always had a sort of inbuilt distrust of authority. It's always been there. Yeah. Whether it's just the intimidating nature of it early on in childhood, whether it was my mom playing Woody and Arlo Guthrie shit for me as a child, you know, and then it quickly got reinforced with being around technology and on the internet, and then the punk scene and the rave scene in my teen, probably too early of teen years.
Fuck the police.
Yeah. Okay, this is terrible. Is there anything worth... Yeah. I'm with you on that one, Dirtling. Yes, Alice's Restaurant. And if you go back and you, if you listen to Alice's Restaurant, if you look at the lyrics, it's a true story. They've gone on the record. Somebody's actually gone back and verified it. They verified as much as they could. There were some parts that you just can't, they're lost to history. They're lost to time. But the major beats are accurate. The cop maintained that there was, it wasn't as bad as he made it out to be, that sort of thing. But yeah, that shit's real. They couldn't verify, I believe, the army, the recruitment board, the draft board portion of it. The military wouldn't verify shit for the researcher. But yeah, Alice's Restaurant is a true story. I'm Ninja, lulz. I'm as white and boring as they come, and I feel the same way. Individuality is natural. Look at kids. You have to send people to boot camps to teach them to conform. What's your thoughts concerning anarchism and its contrast with Marxism? We just did Trotskyism before you were here, Nuke Exploder, within the leftist sphere. We don't get along by and large, to be perfectly blunt and honest, right? We have some shared ideology in this sort of Venn diagram overlap that you could probably describe as communitarianism, which is, sort of on this sliding scale towards communism and sort of in this realm. But as far as Marxism and Marxism-Leninism goes, there's a reason that, Bakunin and Marx didn't get along, right? There is a fundamental schism between these ideologies. I do, and just got done saying it, basically. I do think that Marx's critiques of capitalism, specifically late stage and end stage capitalism, are probably some of the most accurate critiques of capitalism from, you know, that era. So I value him in that. See, this is the thing. A stepping stone is only there to step on if you choose to step on it, right, Nuke? So you don't have to keep going. You could stop at any point on a sliding scale. And so a lot of activists and proponents for things like MLM, not multi-level marketing, but Marxism, Leninism, Maoism, that sort of thing, Trotskyism, Hoxieism, and communism in general, see these sorts of, they don't see it as this sliding scale that someone could necessarily stop at a given portion. They see it as an inevitability. You're headed that way no matter what. And curio. So yes, communism could, well, it's a path, not a destination. Exactly, Ninja. I want to clarify one thing in my mind before I finish this sentence. So give me 1 second, Nuke. I would invert that. Oh, yeah, he got moved out in favor of the lurking one, Ginger. The party capybara got moved out for the lurking capybara. I'll rotate them on a semi-regular basis. But yeah, that's what happened there. All right. I don't think communism is a stepping stone to Marxism. I think Marxism is a stepping stone to communism. This was my hang up. I think the class analysis that is fundamental, right? The historical materialistic class analysis that happens within Marxist philosophical analysis is the stepping stone to communism, not the other way around. Ginger, stop fucking encouraging them. I ask as an impartial spectator. I think leftism is interesting, but has lots of conflicts within concerning minute details. Well, I think here in Marxism, Leninism, like whether or not there's a world large proletariat state versus smaller communist states. See, this is the thing, Nuke. I'm none of this, right? Like I'm an anarchist, right? I run a leftist tent, right? And there is such a thing as post leftist anarchism as well. Steal back the steel fister. Not. Yeah, because the right has no cruelty or lies. Right? So anyway. Thanks for the follow, Skier. Yeah, so Nuke, I run a big tent that houses a whole bunch of fucking leftists, right? But I'm an anarchist, first and foremost. Oh, anarcho-capitalists aren't a thing. Noam Chomsky 101 territory. Capitalism is inherently hierarchical, it's inherently exploitative, it's inherently authoritarian. That you cannot rectify that against anarchism, which is about a collapsing down of hierarchical power structures into a heterarchy and a philosophical challenging of power and authority within a society, right? So you can't rectify that. It's a misnomer. It's an inorganic, bad faith attempt to reclaim part of the political verbiage that they so want. It's a manner in which they're trying to provide themselves some political cover. And I'm not the only one to call them out on this. Like I said, Noam Chomsky's been calling them out on this for fucking decades. It's not a thing. We may have agreement in some ideological areas. We may have overlap within the Venn diagram, but to call a capitalist anarcho anything is just incorrect. It's just wrong. You can't, they are antithetical terms. It's like saying up-downism. It's not how it works. So, yeah. Steal back the seals. No, Marxism isn't anarchism. It's not at all about anarchism. And I mean, this is why Bakunin and Marx didn't get along. They're not at all the same. That's not an Antifa flag, Dirtling. Though you may see people who are self-ascribed Antifa, that's not what that flag is. Skier. I mean, it's the anti-fascists have long used the red and black. Anarchists use the red and black. It's a common thing. Let's just put it that way. Antifascista. So anyway, all right. Let me scroll back up a ways. Anarcho-Bidenism. Let me put it this way: it's not solely the Antifa flag. A lot of overlap. Let's just put it that way. Oh. Opinion on the Great Reset. We need one. We fucking need one. We need one. We do. Now, you could discuss benefit, blah, 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 blah. All that is secondary to that discussion. If you don't think we don't need a economic reset of sorts, you know. But again, the super wealthy, like Bezos and Gates, will be excluded from it. 100%. Wait, what do we got here? Steal back the stolen steel that was stolen from the steel. Like that, Joe. Skier. I eat babies. Yeah, oh yeah, nuke. Anarcho-communism is very much a thing. Anarcho-communism directly led to 50% of the agricultural and industrial production during the Spanish Civil War. It's highly resilient against crisis, and it's super productive. So yeah, if you want, look into the Spanish Civil War, look into Ukraine, look into Korea during the split. These are a few really good examples of usually anarcho-communism. Would I endorse anarcho-communism? No, I wouldn't. I don't endorse communism because there's no way to get there from here, right? Whether I'm for it or against it, it's neither here nor there. I advocate for anarchism as a lens of analysis, a methodology, a means of looking at the world and constructing technology, organizing infrastructure, setting up mutual aid, arranging, getting people to understand solidarity, these sorts of things, right? Working extra outside the state as best you can. Don't get me wrong. I also say that you should probably not neglect electoralism if you can make some progress there as well. But on a large scale, communism can't be achieved readily, right? That's a long state, and it's not my thing. Now, should we be headed in that direction? Probably. But that's not my bag. There's a lot of red leftists on Twitch who advocate for that adamantly. I'm okay with it. But my bag is anarchism. So yeah, would I advocate for it? No. Would I advocate for it? No. Would I be comfortable heading in that direction? Yes, because I temporally stretch my advocacy for policy, ideology, and philosophies, because I understand that what needs to be accomplished today, tomorrow, next week, next year, 5 years, 10 years, 100 years down the road are entirely different things from one another. So I advocate for a process. Wow, super sibilant on that S. I advocate for a process, not an end state. And anarchism, for me, is a tool. It's a network of ideas, in the words of Emma Goldman. And so I advocate for people to utilize that. All right, that's done. Dirtling, the left has been bastardizing each other's symbols forever. Slashed red and black flags have been used by just about everybody. That's the thing. Traditionally, anarchists use a hard diagonal. These days, the wavy is for the antifascistas. But generally speaking, a red and black flag has been used by just about everybody on the left at this point. The black is for the anarchism. The red is for the sort of communist, leftist, socialist representation. Oh, wow. Time is up. Called Joe, of all people, a Democrat. One, not an American. So, I mean, not a Democrat, right? Like this time is up. You understand? You have to understand. There's other people than Americans in the world. And just because somebody may be perceived as left of you doesn't make them a Democrat. A little bit of political science and a little bit of civics education goes a very, very, very long ways. And so you got to understand, Germany does not have the Democratic Party. They don't have Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer. It's not a thing for them. They have other parties. Ninja, you know. Ginger identifies as a communist to trigger chuds. I don't know where you get that. I mean, that's what capitalism is heading towards anyway, Dirtling. Are you okay with owning nothing and having to read everything? That's the state of how it works. No, he didn't ban him. He's still in existence. Hey, Zen. How you doing, man? What are you playing these days? Oh, you're playing Cyberpunk. That's what I should be doing right now. What, Wait. Oh, wait, hang on. Why did Fister get timed out? I thought it was gonna be the other one. Part of the reason so many people say college is pushing democratic propaganda is because it gives an actual perspective of the political spectrum and allows them to recognize how far right politicians are in the U.S. Yeah, no. Reality has a liberal bias, Dalek, is what I like to say. Oh, he literally asked for it. All right, fair enough. Yeah, reality has a left-leaning bias. Oh, that's good. Congratulations, Grumpy. Rock on. It's always nice when somebody gets the recognition that they deserve. Yeah, that's... Dalek, you get a few, okay. You get a few philosophy classes under your belt. You get a, a poli-sci class under your belt. You meet people outside of your, small podunk fucking backwoods town. You get a little bit of exposure to ideas and people and cultures that you otherwise haven't had access to or exposure to. And the end result is, a leftist lean. And so, yeah, it's very much, I mean, this is why, the right perceives universities to be these left brainwashing re-education camps, is because people go in and they learn, and you come out the other side usually looking at all that other conservative shit going, wow. At least this social conservatism. Fiscal conservatism is another matter. Well, I'm sorry to hear about her brother, Grumpy. It seems that it was the suffocation of her brother, unjustly by the state, that drove her to be the activist that she is today. But hopefully she can use that pain and transform it into something else. The classic alchemy of Negredo into the albedo. Dog whistle. Wait, where was that? I just want universal health care and a right to free housing. Am I a communist? And then Ninja replied, do you care what the term is? Does it matter? I feel like the lexicon is imprecise. No, you're not a communist for wanting universal health care and free housing. That's not how that works. So, no. If anything, you'd be more in like the, what, DemSoc? Yeah, probably DemSoc territory. But that's just off the top of my head. She's been leading the movement of rage against police since a few years now, and is an example of a lot of young people in poor districts. Good for her. Good for her. Yeah, she looks like the kind of person I wouldn't want to fuck with. She looks like she's driven. She really does. She got that look in her eyes like, I will handle shit. It's vocabulary. Grumpy. Lexicon is it's a compendium of words. It's vocabulary. The general dictionary of a language. So, there you go. No worries. Seems there was some haziness across the board with people what lexicon was, so we'll clear that up once and for all. Ah, well. It is what it is. It is what it is. Oh. Zen, you still around? Or did you dump back out? If you're still around, what class are you playing in Cyberpunk? Nomad, Street Kid, or Corpo? What's your run-through look like? Corpo. Fucking traitor to humanity. You sellout. It's okay, Ninja. I use multi-syllabic stealthy katana. I'm doing sort of a hey, thank you, Mitre. I'm doing a nomad run with a katana shotgun netrunner build. Yeah, that's the right, that's the, you know, it's the way I'm going on this one. I either sneak up behind you and stab you, or I run in screaming full speed and just chop heads off and blow people away with the shotgun, or hack from a distance. Right, that's how I'm rolling on this playthrough. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and I upgraded it a bit. Yeah. And by Zen, I have gotten nowhere in the storyline. If you're lagging, refresh. Control F5. If you're on your computer. If you're on your phone, close it, force quit the app and reopen it. But if you're on your computer, Control F5. And that should help a bit. Yeah, Zen, I've gotten nowhere in the story because I'm just out running like side quests and grinding the shit out of it. I'm just gonna OP the fuck out of it. Oh, I'm stealth assassination builds all the way. I'm a Hitman player, Zen. I mean, that's my series. I'm a Hitman player, so trust me, I appreciate a good stealth build. But I'm sort of multi-classing this one, so to speak. There's definitely a heavy stealth element, but you know, when shit goes wrong, I can handle it too. I just tank stuff. That's fair. There's no theft system. Like you just steal from everybody. Hey, Corey. Oh, yeah, we all are Mudvayne. Like, who isn't? Come on. Zen's playing, Zen, are you playing right now? Yeah, Zen's got it open right now. Yeah. Kate Moon. Are you? Oh, I haven't. I'll wait for sale. That's fair. And hopefully they'll get it patched up for you by then. Wait for Game of the Year. If you're, if you're not going to do it at launch, then just wait. They'll get it patched up. Maybe get some of the shit that should have been in the game in the first goddamn place, quite frankly. Like, the fact that you can't customize your character after you've built your character is one of the stupidest fucking things ever. Cyberpunk dystopian world where you can you augment and change your fucking, like, limbs and shit, but you can't fucking change your haircut. Like, serious oversight. I'll wait for sale on the new PC. Yeah, there you go. Even a game like No Man's Sky, make my life support system ship in multi-tool as hard-hitting and as beefy as I can. That's fair. You're right. It's fucking Cyberpunk. Fallout 3 had that shit. No, seriously, it's a massive oversight. I can't even imagine how the fuck they released that game without the ability to customize your character after you created your character. Like, why is that not just doable at the Ripper Dock? Yeah, they'll patch it in. Of course they will. In the next year, they'll fix all this shit. Don't get me wrong, I'm having fun as hell playing it. But, I mean, there are some oversights that are ridiculous. That you just have to sit back and wonder, like, what the fuck were you doing during crunch? Oh, that's right, you were trying to make this buggy mess work. Yeah, Cyberpunk where they don't believe in change. The AI for the NPCs of the city, that's lacking. The lack of models or model diversity for the city NPCs, that's brutal. Like, I've seen the same, like, morbidly obese dude so many fucking times. Why did they go with the discrete save system instead of an open world hospital system like GTA or like any other world game? I'm mixed on that, quite frankly. The immersion for like the hospital system or, Ripper Docks could have been the save points or something like that. I understand the immersion, but I also like a good quick save system. Yeah, I like a good quick save system. So, what's crazy is this game was so delayed. So fucking delayed. Yeah. And the crunch that they put their developers under. Yeah, exactly. The quick save just before battle. Like, yep. Like, we'll see. I might fuck up. Quick save. Yeah, I appreciate... I would like both. Why can't I have both? If you want to RP it, or roleplay it, if you want to RP it, then use the Ripper Docks or whatever, and maybe on, like, Nightmare level or the hardest level you can only save at, like in Fallout, you have to have a bed to save on the survival difficulties. Yeah, like, you can do both. But the fact of the matter is that it seems like for a good portion of this game's development, there wasn't progress being made at the rate that we think it probably should have been made at. There's some managerial issues here. There's some managerial issues, for sure. I would get it, but I'm worried that my PS4 will fly into the fucking wall in an attempt to take off by spitting fire out the fucking exhaust port like a damn jet fighter. I've heard those fucking PS4s. Dude, they're loud. And yeah, this thing will tax it. It will tax it. That's a solid thing to, like, yeah, don't put your PS4 through this. They, it doesn't look good either, by the way. I've seen some of the footage off of the consoles. It's like, ugh. Because the game is pretty. It is pretty. Like, Joe was watching me stream it last night, this morning. And just in private, don't worry, nobody missed a show. I was just streaming for him. And there are some times that you're just like, this is fucking desperately pretty. It's really nice to look at. But the combat, I think the melee combat, specifically swordplay, doesn't feel like it has weight. No, other side, fish. It's the other side. There is such a thing as post-left anarchism, but no, it finds its home on the left side of the x-axis. Somebody said it looked like San Andreas. It does on lower resolutions. Like if you drop down, if you lose RTX and drop off of Ultra and, you know, go into like performance mode and stuff, yeah, some of the textures get downscaled and the lighting effects are shit. So yeah, no, like it can look like San Andreas, specifically on the consoles, but on higher end PCs, it's really nice to look at. But the melee combat, specifically with swords, it doesn't feel like you're connecting with anything. It feels like you're just, it just feels like you're swinging through bodies and limbs kind of pop off sometimes. It doesn't have the humph, that you would want from it. Yeah, there's some things there. There's also like you said, there's no theft system. You just walk into somebody's fucking, like, behind their counter at their stall and take all their shit. And there's no system for accounting for that. You're just good. I got a new stream machine. Woohoo! I've streamed 5 or 7 hours of Cyberpunk already. I'll have to show you the pics of the rig. Nice. Yeah, send them on over, DM them to me or drop them into shared content on the Discord server then. I always want to see. It's nutty. Some fella had to dump it because he's having, oh, nice. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Send me specs and what you paid for it. So I can be jealous about that. Hardline cooling. You know, I'm mixed on that sort of stuff. Is melee combat a plausible playstyle? It is. It actually is. You can even box, like, because you can set up like gorilla arms, and like electric fists or thermal fists and shit like that. You can go in and do damage with just unarmed combat, let alone melee. Yeah, like, no, it is a viable playstyle. Yeah, it's there's a fair amount of jank. It's a day one game. You know, day one release. There's a ton of jank. When I was playing last night with Joe watching, we had a bunch of fucking weird shit with trying to hide bodies. At one point, a body just like exploded out of existence, and then all of the NPCs, all of the guards in the area were alerted. Just tried to dump the dude in a dumpster, and just like you heard like a and he was just gone. And then everybody was alerted. Bodies behind things and guards can see through, like, you know, wall hacks. Yeah, it was, there's a solid amount of jank. Zen, I've had odd shit like that too. Yep. Phasing, NPCs phasing in and out of existence. You'll be driving down the road and somebody will just phase into existence in front of you, or you like turn around and the NPC's just gone. You don't need to hide the body, Sterling, but yeah. It's very much, you know, in that same vein that if, you know, grab the body, toss it into a fucking container. What, Ginger? Ginger's hallucinating. But yeah, and a lot of people didn't understand that since it's an RPG system. What can I elaborate? I mean, there's nothing to elaborate. Anarchism is a leftist ideology, politically, you know, civically, political science, historically, contemporarily. Oh, no, not even close to a Bethesda level of jank, 2Rabbit. No. Like, maybe 1/4 Bethesdas, like 0.25 Bethesdas, 0.25 Bethesdas, something like that. So I you know, what's to elaborate? It's an egalitarian humanitarian position. It's about a collapsing down of hierarchical power structures, a philosophical challenging of power and authority mechanisms throughout society. It's a network of ideals, most of which that are about uplifting a working class or a proletariat group. It's about an empowerment of the individual's sovereignty, but also a coordination and organization within a social fabric, right? It isn't the Ayn Randian ideology of, you know, individualism over everything. It's the individual should be empowered, therefore empowering the social fabric and social group. It's about empowering the micro so the macro can be empowered. Yeah, but unlike Bethesda, they'll patch it out. Exactly. 76. Oh my god, terrible game. So yeah. If you want, here is anarcho-syndicalism, Fish, Defish. Look for the link in chat, to Kai's things. That covers some of the tent poles of anarcho-syndicalism. Syndicalism refers to the French syndicat, which is for trade unions. This is a sort of step in the, what I see is an advocacy of the correct direction for redemocratizing the workplace and re-empowering the working class and the individual. So it'll talk about some of the anarchistic tenets, some of the syndicalist tenets, how you deal with scope and scale issue, federation, delegation therein. But yeah, anarchism is a leftist ideology, and long has been considered that, because it runs through the Enlightenment period, but also out of the Enlightenment period and alongside liberalism and what's known as classical libertarianism, not what you would know as the libertarianism in America, not neo-libertarianism. That's a whole other ballgame. But historically, internationally, if you said something like libertarianism, that you were talking about anarchism. So yeah, these are sort of Venn diagram. These are a lot of overlap, a lot of shared ideologies on the left. Why isn't there a COVID-based game? You're welcome, Fish. Thank you, Mitrai. Yeah, that's all this is a break from Cyberpunk. As soon as I'm done, I'm gonna make some food, and I'm gonna launch the game again. As soon as I'm done with this. Curio. Yeah, I believe you mean interruption. Yes, exactly, 2Rabbit. It's exactly it. All right, so let me scroll back a ways. How high does the Bethesda scale go? What's the highest number of Bethesdas of jank has a game had? Yeah, 76. Well, at 76 is the highest number. Kind of hate to have to choke the guy out while he's pissing, but he did have the key I need. I mean, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Sometimes you're gonna choke a motherfucker out when he's taking a piss. Wait. I mean, Warp. You could argue Pandemic. Right? I mean, is definitely an argument to be made that Pandemic is COVID-based gaming. In fact, didn't they patch in COVID or something like that? Because they were definitely positioned to do that. I won a Zoom panel with Shank that never happened. Rip. Move. Yeah. Yeah, I'd say that that's probably the game you're looking for. Although I have heard like the meme, as it were, that in the future, if there's a zombie movie that doesn't include like 200 people just running at zombies, convinced that it's not a thing, and that, you know, the zombie apocalypse isn't upon us, and that getting bit doesn't do anything, it's not going to resonate as real with us anymore. After this shit, yeah. We need the zombie apocalypse deniers in the movies from now on, because firsthand. Yeah, it got any game where the patches as often as not where patches as often as not made the game actively worse. That's Bethesda. They got banned as a result from a couple of different countries, specifically because it was too close. Do you get to battle Trumpus? All the time, though they're not very good. They're not very fun, Warp. They use a set dialogue tree, and it's very rarely is there a bespoke or unique. Plague Inc. has a mode where you there you go. So Pandemic, the board game, Plague Inc. Zen, that's it. Set dialogue tree. Yeah, Zen, I did, but I was not satisfied with the level of customization. Where's my sliding scale? Fuck this pick one, pick the other shit. I want a sliding scale. I wanted more options. There wasn't enough options. Dominion Chavez, enough said. Boom, proof. Yeah, there's very rarely, and by rarely, I mean like 1 out of 500 maybe, does somebody come up with an actual good faith, original, or at least not based off of a Fox News or InfoWars or Donald Trump himself talking point. It is boring. Generally speaking, they get buried in data and facts. No, it's all Dirtling. It's all like toggles, like choice 1, choice 2, choice 3, choice 4, choice 5. As far as your schlong goes, there is none. Oh, catch you later, Grumpy. There is none. There is circumcised. There is uncircumcised. There is small. There is average and big. That's your options. No sliding scale. Totally unplayable. Yeah. Somebody got tagged. Interesting. 2 rabbits. How mundane. A set dialogue tree. Lols like Eliza. Yeah. She was like, what, 64 or some shit? $66. Oh, no, 64 to 66. All right. Yeah. Where the fuck that date came from? It was in there somewhere. Um, yeah, it very much is. Just so I created his account, so just a precaution. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, it is generally boring to talk to the Trumpists. They walk in the room, as it were, and they usually yell Trump 2020, Trump 2024, Trump forever, stop the steal in all caps, right? This is usually how they introduce themselves to the room. That, or there's the 12 more years. It's always yelling. It's always all caps. Very rarely is it, some sort of nuanced position or introduction or, hey, I know this is a leftist space. I'm right-leaning. I voted for Trump. I support Trump. Are you open to a discussion? No, it's usually they kick in the door and they yell, Trump 2020. It's almost always that way. Yeah. Yeah, we have people saying crazy shit like that. Trump always. Trump forever. Yeah. We've gotten that. 12 more years is not, out. It's a fair satirical take based off of who we've seen around these parts from time to time. Exactly, you're right. 50 more years. Dynasty for the win. Yeah, so generally speaking, more often than not, that's what happens. Does Trump have a youth movement? No. Trump doesn't have a youth movement. The edgy, trolly right, the alt-right has a youth movement. That sort of edgelord, 4chan, alt-right, Ben Shapiro worshipping sort of crew, they have a youth movement. And they vocally support Trump for a number of reasons. One, for the lulz. And sometimes two, because, bigotry, economics, and privilege. But yeah, it's... Well, actually, the policies that have been implemented and the behavior that has been conducted, enacted, and allowed within ICE on the border does, in fact, meet the international and domestic legal definitions of genocide. It's just the truth. You can see the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of Genocide for those legal definitions, if you want to look it up yourself. But the forcible transferring of children of one group to another, whether it is in whole or in part, national, ethnical, racial, or religious, qualifies as genocide. Legally. Ninja. I love that. Squinty Fry is such an amazing piece of artwork. Futurama was good. Which part warp? Because, I mean, most of this, like I said, is me having to respond to dialogue trees hundreds of times. It's a big portion of what I do. Part of my practice is engaging these types of people, those with questions, and those who are bad actors out of the gate. So more often than not, Let me try. I've encountered the question or that branch of the tree before. Okay, that's what I'm listening to. Well, I mean, we try not to ban them around these parts, Dirtling, but once you become disruptive to the social fabric of the channel, generally they have to go. And they have a tendency to make calls to violence. That is an insta ban on this channel. I can't, it's Twitch TOS, and I can't risk running it. But, I mean, for those of you that have never seen it, oh, Jesus. Here's the channel. Jesus Christ. There's the channel statement of praxis. And so I do engage as much as possible. You're welcome, Ninja. Thank you for that compliment, by the way. Ruminate. Come on back when you're ready to, once you've digested it. Either way, hope you're as well as you can be. You've got the Pantone. Your background is like the Pantone spread. That's fucking hilarious. Oh, you're a print designer. That's why. Duh. Love it. Does what include the peace agreements? By that, yeah, Rabbit. I think Reddit is like any city. It's a city. It's the world's fifth most visited website. I don't know if they've lost that position or whether they've shifted up or down. I don't know. But for a very long time, it was the fifth most visited website on the planet. Right? It's like saying, what do you think of Chicago or LA or Paris or Hong Kong or London? It's a city. There's a lot of elements, and to sum it up in one singular go it would do you a disservice, it would do myself a disservice, and it would do Reddit a disservice. I think Reddit's great. I think Reddit's horrible. I think Reddit's everything in between. I think it's an amazing place. I think some of the subs on Reddit are goddamn amazing and hilarious and creative and sources of just founts of knowledge. The people that you can come in contact with on Reddit are astounding. As a community, it is. I mean, how it works like any other threaded forum system. I mean, it's got mods, it's got admins, it's got essentially forums. It's got threaded trees of dialogue. You do realize that conservative and Donald Trump and libertarian, and there's literally massive communities of conservatives, right-wingers, libertarians, and non-leftists all over Reddit. This is why you're talking about a city. You're talking about tens of millions of people. The upvote, downvote. Yeah, apparently, Rabbit. Yeah, you're talking about a city, literally tens of millions of. Oh, Curio. So is democracy. So you hate America, right? That's it. That's what democracy is. It's mob rule. Glad to see you're coming around to a more anarchistic idea there. Oh, okay. So the electoral college that Trump lost. Cool. All right. No, the intention of the founding fathers was to set up an oligarchy, which they did successfully. Oh, there's no need for that. Yeah, with lots of sex slaves. Okay. Did you read the channel title? Did you read any of the stream headline title? I'm an anarchist. Right? We talk shit about the libs just as much as we talk about the conservatives. No. Most of the classical anarchists probably are twice to 3 times your age. Emma Goldman, Kropotkin, Bakunin, Chomsky, Stirner. I mean, Bella Lamar's twice my age these days. No. He's about 1.5. Yeah. Generally speaking, anarchists are philosophers or poli-sci majors. It's for people with an education in politics, usually. Or the displaced and the oppressed. There's a heavy anarchistic indigenous contingent and South American contingent. Yeah. Generally speaking, that's who become anarchists, is the oppressed or the politically educated. But hey, I'm sure you have a huge political science education, tons of civics under your belt, tons of activism. This would be sarcasm, by the way. Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, no, Warp. I'm fully aware of the purchasing history, and poor Aaron is probably rolling over in his grave, because of what it has become. Yeah, because I go back to the Schwartz era of it, and it still breaks my heart. But, you know, like I said, it's not a monolithic entity. Aaron Schwartz. Here you go, full figured. You can read about him there. He's one of the main creator of Reddit. And he was done dirty by the federal government. Big time. Zen, I'm a Bernie AOC-crat. Registered independent because the DNC sucks. God damn, it does. Two Rabbit, I'm a theocrat. Who are all you people? Educated people can't. Educated people can't trust them if they want ethics. Talk to a bartender. Imagine a Sikh country singer named Keith Turpin. Oh, Jesus. Here you go. There you go. Yeah, and you'd have to understand that based on any international spectrum, any basic poli-sci analysis, the Democrats aren't leftists. They're centrists, at most. And if you take them anywhere like the UK, Norway, Sweden, Switzerland, Italy, Spain, France, Germany, they're right-leaning. America doesn't know what leftists are, by and large, especially those on the political right of the spectrum. They just don't. Two rabbits. My next major fantasy, an actual centrist party. Yeah, we're fuck getting an actual leftist party. Can we get an actual centrist party? Very right, even on our right, the right party in the UK. Yeah. With an international perspective, you immediately learn that the Democrats are anything but leftists. Imagine a party that thinks infrastructure, matters. This is where, this is where the poverty of philosophy thing kicks in. And for those of you who haven't read it, there's my tent poles essay. This is where the poverty of philosophy, revolt. Hey, revolt. The Tories are to the left of Democrats. They probably are, aren't they? Holy shit. I never actually thought about it that way. Oh, fuck me. At least on a handful of topics, for sure they are. Yeah. The Overton window has been shifted so tremendously, so far in this country. It is astounding to deal with. But this is where the poverty of philosophy tent pole in that essay comes into play, is that most people in America and abroad, but America specifically is who I wrote that about, have been denied the tools to be able to analyze these sorts of things. And since they're kept on a financial hamster wheel, they don't have the time, the wherewithal, or the energy to develop, to gain and develop those tools. So ultimately what you have is people like that who think that the Democrats are somehow leftists, and because that's what they've been taught. Hillary Clinton is a radical leftist. It's insane to say that. Yep. Oh, yeah. It's not that, Joe, it's not that they're not saying the Tories aren't right-wingers. They're saying that the Democrats in America are right-wing as well. Especially from an international perspective. Yeah. Oh, wrong one. There we go. Cool. The fact that they're even close is just mind-boggling. Definitely not as real as hardline on immigrants. Real policy law. Cool. Yeah. So, I mean, who was asking earlier? Was that who was asking about the Trumpists? You just saw an example of one. Yeah, you whoever was asking earlier about that, you just got to see an example. They're highly predictable. They utilize a baseline dialogue tree, and they don't ever stray from, stray outside the lines. Oh, it was warp. Okay. You found a Twitch channel today that was spouting Q bullshit. Yeah, there's a few of them. Yeah. Yeah, just one? Says 2Rabbit. I could put you in touch with Mix Vivian. They can get you into those circles if you want more of it. Yeah. They track that sort of stuff. Hate groups, infiltration of Q, that sort of thing. That's what Vivian does. It was gross. Oh, I'm sure it was. I'm sure it was. Hey, Dan Simpson. We just got done dealing with somebody screaming about Democrats being leftists and shit like that. So, yeah. Yeah, now we're just talking to Zen, who stumbled into a Q channel earlier today. Yeah, they're either still here and lurking, or we chased him off. Either way. Warp. Data could be stored as traveling packets on the internet as long as there was enough users online to keep it moving from IDP at the speed of light. In a fully distributed network, you could probably achieve that. Yeah, amazing. Hang on, I got that.
Amazing!
There we go. I got a JLP club. I actually got 2.
Beta!
Surprising how quick they give up when nobody cares about their hating on Biden. Yeah, it is funny. They think we're gonna defend him because they don't read the fucking title. And so, like, we'll dunk on Biden too, but we'll dunk on Trump. And it takes the wind right out of their sails every time. Sometimes it brings them over to our side a little bit. I've had a few of those over the months and months and years now, that happens. Yeah, more female person of color drone pilots. Right? Fucking, I want to be bombed by a Native American, damn it. Yeah, more queer prison guards. Like, yeah, it's like, we're against this shit. These fucks don't get that, though. They think that all Dems are socialists, and then they realize they aren't. They don't know how to handle it. Yeah, oh yeah. I mean, and we have an international community. We have people from all over that are like, yeah, no, let's give you a little perspective, and it always shuts them down. Yes, more trans riot cops stomping on my neck, please. Ooh, that's a solid strategy. I mean, as long as you have error correction and redundancy built into the data just in case of incidents, that is a solid strategy for delay. I'd look into what the energy... I wouldn't, but somebody would have to look into what the energy cost versus, like, that increases the cost of data by doing that as a utilizing that as a stratagem warp. But that is an interesting stratagem nonetheless, to sort of slow down the attenuation or to delay the necessity to reroute data. We should let the market decide who gets bombed. It does all the time, Fister. It does all the time. Yeah, it kind of just does if you're a defense contractor. Yeah, there you go. It's been that way for my life. Fair point. Working well then. Oh, yes. Let's see. Oh, God, why does it flash white when I do that? Cool. I'll be right back. Give me a couple minutes. I'll be right back. Well, now you don't get a ride on the UFO because you spilled the beans, 2Rabbit. It's supposed to be a secret. There we go. Oh, let me see here what I have over here. Oh, 2Rabbit. Did you see the 8-mile long rock canvas? Hey, Zealot. Discovered in South America. Let me get it on screen. These date to the Ice Age. Like this is old school. It's an 8-mile long, what they're describing as a canvas. It's this continuous rock wall, basically, that goes on. It's broken up in a few places, but it's covered in extinct animals and indigenous ancient patterns. And, yeah, it is super fucking cool. It would be nice to build a mall there. Here, let me get it for you. Yeah, it's the definition of old. There you go. Those of you who want the link. Yeah. When's England coming to put it in the museum? Here's one of those things that would I don't want to touch it because of the damage you could do to it, but desperately, I want to put my hand on one of those handprints. That's just, it blows my mind. Yeah. Yeah, but here is, let's see if I can't get in close for you. Let's see. Somewhere between 12,600 and 11,800 years ago in South America is the estimate for when they put that on the wall. Revolt, yeah. Younger Urias, yeah. 12.9 to 11.7, yeah. So yeah, spot on. Somebody knows their Ice Age. You know, it would be interesting to note. Look at all 8 miles. Did you just check back in, Curio? It's an 8-mile long, what's being described as a canvas. It's just this ribbon of rock that is broken up in a few places, but it stretches for 8 miles. It's in the Amazon rainforest, and it's got 12,000-year-old paintings on it. But the Earth is only 4,000 years old. Oh, those people freak me out. I'll catch you later, Ginger. Oh, good. Yeah. Give me the link. Spread that around. Yeah, we know we're joking, Warp. It's incredible the Europeans haven't found a way to wreck it. That's the kind of history I love. It's because it was lost in the jungle for a while. Yeah. It was buried in the Colombian Amazon, and FARC and the Colombian government have been fighting for the last however God knows many decades now. So they kept it, safe during that period. So yeah. But yeah, I figured you'd enjoy looking at it. Oh, that's just noticed. Two Rabbit actually mentioned FARC. Yeah, no, they had to. It was a negotiation between the Colombian government and FARC to actually get people in there. You waited for a fascist movement to burn it down to make Chinese soybeans, but thank God it survived. those glyphs like they were drawn by Red Crown. Red ochre. It's a type of clay ochre. It's a type of clay. That's why it looks that way. More often than not, that's the cause of that red pigmentation, is because they used a red or a brown clay ochre to paint with. Oh. Her name is Amy C3, and she's a housing advocate. Link is, there we go. Oof. All right, cool. What portion, when, how, what portion of these tips, because this is just her Streamlabs tips. What portion of this is going to you, when, how much, like that sort of thing. Curio, yeah, I drew that. 100%, and the deadline is the 31st. All right. Well, then I will. Oh, I can't do it that way. All right, so I'm gonna put it back in chat. If anybody wants to contribute or donate to Ginger's sort of housing situation, because he's kind of hard up against it already. There's the link. I'll also put it there, spread it around. Let's see. Rock on. All right. Well, Ginger, I hope I will donate to that. I hope that you're you're well with the whole COVID thing, and I hope the housing situation at least gets squared away to some degree or another. And if you need one of the mutual aid networks here in Vegas, let me know. I mean, you can find them yourself easily enough. All right. Hang on. The rental assistance program still has funds. Did you consider... Did you look into using it? Yeah, Chap. It would be Chap. Figures. Fucking figures. I would call and talk to social services. You may also want to talk to the Las Vegas DSA, Ginger. And also Um. Okay, cool. You're already a member. Who's the other one? God, their name is escaping me. We have one other here that you could tap. Hey, thanks for the follow, Beck. Yeah, and do that. Just refuse. God, fucking bothering me that that name is escaping me, but yeah, well. We're organizing. Yeah, okay. Yeah, FMB does good work. Look at that. Some sub research happening. Thanks, Mitre. I mean, the ACLU is going to be very slow to get back to usually. FNB is more of a we'll do some shit now sort of organization. So, yeah. Let's see, adverse possession from Nevada. Ginger, how long you been in the place? Okay. I wonder if that would be open and notorious or whether it'd be continuous. See, here's the thing. Nevada is a pretty brutal state when it comes to adverse possession. We even have 4-day notices in this state. All right, this is the thing. 2017. No, you wouldn't qualify for adverse possession. Squatters' rights take 5 years of continuous occupation in Nevada. So, yeah, you wouldn't even have the adverse possession clause. Yeah, 2 weeks notice is minimum here. No, it's Nevada. I try and tell people living in Las Vegas is like living in a pocket dimension. People don't understand how fucked up this place is. Metro, as Ginger is pointing out, Metro is brutal. They really are brutal. Like, they don't care. They'll just shoot you in the face. Brutal. Like, typical cops, but they get away with it. Nobody notices. They just sweep it under the rug in Las Vegas. This place is fucked. Yeah, your best bet is to use mutual aid to get the back rent paid as best you can and get the landlord off your back. Your second best bet is to go full rent strike, but that's even going to lead to legality issues given that, you know, you have no adverse possession rights in this state. And so ultimately, yeah, no, it kind of really is, Zealot. Except Fear and Loathing is way more fun than this town ever could be. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I would have told him not to build them, Ginger. Honestly. I mean, I would have told him, like, I mean, that's the thing. Is like, who... Did anybody have any doubt what was going to happen to those things? Did they really think that, like, it was a good faith sort of situation and that Metro and the city were just going to let them leave them up? Like, hey, we don't want these people here, and we'd really love to get rid of this homeless encampment, so you built semi-permanent structures there instead. What do you think the city was going to do? I'm surprised they didn't burn them down, quite frankly. I'm surprised they didn't go in there full Vietnam era style and just, like, blowtorch them, like napalm them and shit. I've lived here long enough to know. Like, yeah, that was the inevitable outcome of that. It sucks, don't get me wrong. I'm not defending their bullshit actions, but yeah, that's how that was going to play out. I mean, maybe this. Two Rabbit, maybe that. I mean, there is useful information there. But yeah. Why were they? Oh. Well. Oh. Yeah, yeah. Yep. That sounds about right. Hostile architecture. Well, that's good. I mean, that's something at least, but yeah. Yeah, I'm not shocked by that at all. This city has fought tooth and nail against any sort of mutual aid, any sort of praxis, any sort of protest, any sort of activism for as long as I've lived here and for as long as I can see the history of Las Vegas. It's, yeah, I would have told, seriously, I would have, like, whoever, like, save your $16K worth of funds and put them somewhere else. Because those fucking shelters were 100% slated to be destroyed. Police homelessness assistance program. Cool, $1 million. Jesus Christ. Yeah, they'd be better off You'd have been better off using that 16K to go down to someplace like REI and kit the unhoused with top end camping gear, like 100% top end camping gear. And so like 4 season tents, the kind that you could camp in the Arctic in, like for real. That way, you know, police come, you just collapse these fuckers down and move them if necessary. Yeah. Hindsight. City of sin, because what we do to people is a motherfucking sin. That it is. That it is. Yeah. Buy a squadron of old minivans and just start handing out keys. Exactly. Like, the 2 rabbits. Solid advice. Yeah. Yeah. Dude, I remember dealing with Metro back in the Occupy days. It's... I don't know what to tell you, my man. Next time there's an organizing meeting, maybe bring that up. Semi-permanent / permanent structures, not the way to go. Mobile, that's the way to go. It's a shame, though. But at least nobody died when they were breaking them up. If you had told me they went through there with a bulldozer and just ran over people, I wouldn't be surprised. Did they crush anyone is my point. Did they kill anyone? Huh. How did I miss that? Okay, yeah, no, just the huts. Yeah, no. Yeah, I expected the bulldozer, but I was like, fucking... Yeah, so I think your best bet is to, 1, hopefully pay off the back rent, and 2, file a motion for stay of eviction. If you haven't already, you definitely should be doing that. Yeah, I think that's a solid strategy, actually, 2 Rabbit. You could even probably pay for the driver's licenses. Couch surfing. I was a couch surfing member for years. I still am. But don't use it. Fair enough. Ginger. Mental note for you. I know this is probably not the time, and I'll try and remember as well. When all of this dies down, you seem to at least have inroads with some of these Vegas committees, or at least organizations. I've been out of it since Occupy. I've never been a DSA member, and I've only peripherally donated and contributed to Food Not Bombs, though they are one of my favorite charities. So I'd like to meet some of these organizers. Maybe interview them, maybe talk to them, maybe do some things behind the scenes. But yeah, if you can do some introductions, that'd be super useful. Sometime in the future, when all of this is calmed down, maybe after we get a few vaccines rolled out. But yeah, you need to file a motion for stay of eviction. You should be doing that tomorrow if you haven't already done that, or today. Get that printed out. What was it? The Civil Law Self-Help Center link that Rabbit put, and then I put the sublink in chat. They've got the paperwork on there. Oh yeah, no. FNB is an anarchist organization. They're anarchists. Yeah. Yeah, but you should print that out and get that filed. And then I forget who suggested it earlier. Change the locks. Definitely something to do. Change the locks. Hmm. $463. Lovely. Yeah, no worries, Ginger. No worries. Yeah, when did you get your notice? Oh. Oh, there's an FNB just all over the place. Sell it. Yeah, they'll feed you. Yeah, then you're up against it. Yeah, makes it a lot more complicated. You're up against it. The motion should have been filed Monday. No court. I mean, there's a possibility you could get an emergency stay, but given COVID and the Las Vegas court system, I would highly doubt that that's going to be a thing. Interesting. At age 4, my mom put me in front. Forgive me. Hang on. My mom put me in front of a mainframe terminal in a hospital complex at age 4. By age 14, I was doing custom programming. By age 25, I was running my own independent IT consultancy in Las Vegas. In that time, I have done just about every job within IT, up into a limit. Never done any cloud architecture or anything like that. I'm not a graphic designer, and I don't pull cable. So none of the low voltage stuff. But in that time, I have done project management, network infrastructure, even hands-on technician work at a workstation level, whatever it took to get the job done. If you ran a Windows network, then I'd go in and Ginger. Where's Las Vegas on the evidence of filing? I think I would have to ask my stepfather to be certain of this. Like I said, because he's the judge. He was the judge. But there you go. Let me just open that. I think it may count as in process, but the COVID rules, I'm not 100% certain that pre-COVID it would have counted as in process the same day. But with COVID, I think maybe. And hey, Emin, give me one sec. Ginger, have you filled out the CDC declaration form? You need to file a motion of stay of eviction with the CDC declaration form at the court. I'm going to put some phone numbers in here. All right. Both of them provide legal aid. The Neighborhood Justice Center is just sort of a not referral, but advice sort of system. Legal aid, on the other hand, will hook you up with an attorney if you need it. But I would... Yeah, send me that filing. Let me see what court it's coming out of first. And then, yeah, you need to file a motion of stay of eviction in combination with that CDC declaration. Well, as far as I know, what should I do with that information? Well, clearly I should repeat it. Mitre is saying that he is a simp for Fred Durst. Okay, cool. I think you probably have to go to the Las Vegas Justice Court, quite frankly. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be the Justice Court. And in case you want that as well, Ginger... Your PlayStation name is Fred Durst. It's so old. Looks like Nevada actually allows for all the way down to a 3-day eviction notice, by the way. Just a little tidbit here. Warp, solid. Like a whole 48 hours to notify of a rent spike. It would be funny if Trump fucking filed that. I was never really a Soul Calibur guy. I played it. All right. I don't really have a favorite keyboard, but, no, well, I mean, I wish they weren't fucking, is that, okay, here's the thing, sorry about that, Lotus, dealing with some other stuff, trying to make sure somebody doesn't get evicted, I use a Logitech K800. Right? Definitely not what a lot of, like, I'm not a keyboard snob or aficionado. I hate the click-clack of the old school switches. No worries. So I like my K800. It's really quiet. Like right now, if I don't want you to hear me typing, I'm typing, right? Like I'm typing. It's nice and quiet. It's backlit, and it's got a proximity detection on it. So as my hands approach the keyboard, it lights up. So nice soft keys. I like it. I really like it. So I use a Logitech K800, and I've been using the same K800 for a minimum of 6 years. See, yeah. Some people feel really like this is the thing. Your keyboard is one of your two primary inputs to your computer. It's intensely personal. It's intensely personal. So what works for me won't necessarily work for you, but I like what I have. Yeah. So yeah, and it's wireless. I use it for gaming. Its responsiveness is fine. I've never had any issues of that with that. All right, so we'll just put this on the screen. No, just fucking with you, Ginger. I ended up raging, and I feel the need. I need to feel the travel and resistance, so I don't need to have to hear the clack. There's a decent resistance. And there's, I don't know, maybe 1.5 mil to 2 mil. I don't know. Maybe that's probably like 3 mil travel on the keys on this one. I have gotten no email yet. I will let you know. Yeah, I've never. Yeah, I like my K800. But like I said, it's quiet. Just to verify, you did send it to Kai at kaisthings.com, right? Just double check that, because this is taking a little bit and it shouldn't take this long. I mean, I have a fucking dedicated email server. Oh, cool boy. I hate the ergonomic split keyboards. Anytime I had to use one at a client, it drove me nuts. Not a fan of those keyboards. But you do you. Oh, God. 2Rabbit loves them as well. Oh, God. They just... Oh, there it is. There it is. Got it. Just got it. Look, I understand that this is like more ergonomic, right? Like this is the ergonomics, right? But I learned to type like this. So too many years. I can't undo that. All right, let me look at this. Okay, you were served. And what a dick move doing it on a Friday like that. Oof. You are kidding me. You need to hustle your ass down to you can do it. Ginger, you can do it. All right. The on a 7-day notice to pay or quit. You can do this. You have to do it by close of business, though. So you have to go down to the justice court with the motion to motion to stay a motion to stay of eviction with the CDC filing, and you have to do it like today. I would do it first thing in the morning. Like, I think they open at 8 or 9. You may even have. I wouldn't risk that. Let's see. Let me get you a form. Oh God. I think I'm just super used to the super light mechanical typing at this point. I take it older style keyboards are mainly membrane in comparison. It feels like pushing down tombstones into mud. Okay. Hey, big boy. Yeah, Ginger. Okay. You want to go down to the Justice Court. This is the Las Vegas Justice Court that I'm looking at here. You would want to go down there today. With a. Oh, sorry. Hang on. Fucking too many tabs open. Okay, so there is a question. All right, I'm just gonna pull a couple of these. Have you worked in good faith in an attempt to pay some amount to your landlord? Like, have you spoken to your landlord and have you spoken to your landlord and attempted to work out some sort of payment system, and your landlord has rebuffed you? Because if so, then you have legal recourse. Yeah, but I couldn't pay much. That doesn't matter. You attempted to pay something, correct? Some amount that was non-zero. All right. Then you attempted to pay in good faith. All right. So you need the CDC declaration form. Okay, you need that one filled out. And you need a answer to summary eviction. You're going to Okay, so big boy, a lot of the times we talk about theory and philosophy and praxis. Um, Especially through the lens of an anarchist right now. But right now we have a community member who is on the verge of eviction. And so we're doing a little solidarity and mutual aid here and walking them through the process of getting a stay of eviction moving as soon as possible. So that's what we're doing right now. So yeah. Well, don't be sorry, man. Oh, well, you know, yeah, little, okay. So, nope, you're filing in Las Vegas. You may have a filing fee, Ginger. You may have a filing fee. You can apply to waive the filing fee. Oops. Here is. You may actually. Here is the application to waive the filing fee. You already receive Medicaid, so you automatically qualify for a waiver of the filing fee. So that's an automatic for you. And then what you want to do, is you want to file a request for mediation on the normal on the form, on the affidavit to in opposition, and you want to check section J, subsection J under number 4. That's in violation of the CARES Act. Oh, actually, you may want to go for N rather than J. Go for N. It's section 4, subsection N on that form that you want to use. Big boy. It is a little weird, because you did just walk into, like, literally, Nevada, cool boy, specifically Las Vegas. Ginger's a local. Yes, the joys of court filings, exactly, 2Rabbit. Yes, the I am a covered person one. Hey, what's up, Italy? Hello from Las Vegas. Oh, all right. Cool. Sorry, cool boy. We're just helping we're helping a fellow comrade avoid eviction right now. We're walking him through fucking bullshit court filing, stay of eviction, opposition motion. So welcome. But yeah, just trying to prevent a community member from being unhoused. Do I still have that open? I do. Oh, you can't do this. Ginger, you can't do this tomorrow. You have to do this Monday. Okay, so you have 5 days of court service date, and Fridays aren't. The Las Vegas Justice Court isn't open on Fridays, so you have to do this first thing Monday morning. The method of counting for the Justice Court is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So it would have been served on Friday, so it wouldn't have counted Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Monday. Those are your 5 days. So you need to serve this. You need to go down and file this first thing Monday morning. Yeah. And if anybody tries and fucking kicks you out over the weekend, call your mutual aid networks. Many people. Get as many people there as possible. That's going to be my suggestion on that one. Yeah. If you can get 15 to 30 people, yeah, that'll stop an eviction. But yeah, you need to be down to the Justice Court bright and early Monday morning, and you need to file that stuff. Glad it's thrilling for you, Lotus. Glad it's providing something. All right. I'm with Rabbit on that one. I'm 100% with Rabbit on that one. If you can afford it, go to the fucking hardware store and replace the locks. Yeah. This is most assuredly something you should do. No, big boy. His landlord is attempting to illegally evict him. Or them. That is true. You can just swap the barrel sometimes, but it's often... I've never really noticed just a straight barrel at a hardware store. They may have them though. I've never looked. So yeah, mid-pandemic with a whole bunch of other fucking factors, including being having tested positive for COVID. Ginger's landlord is attempting to evict them. So yeah, we're walking a community member through, hopefully fighting it. Hang on. I'm checking the specific law. It looks like, yeah, I would not have advised that. It looks like you can do it, but the landlord can't do it to you. Warp, love it. Oh, God. Hello, Chad. Yeah, big boy, you probably should. little poke. Here's what you need to know. Since we've been doing something, like we've been doing actual praxis. Oh, I'm gonna tap after this, but long term I will. Warp. You have a good one. Fundamentally, at its core, what anarchism is about is a collapsing down of hierarchical power structures and a philosophical challenging of power and authority in society, and a dismantling of those systems and a replacing of them if they fail to meet that challenge, right? That's all it's about. It's a lot of other stuff. There's a lot of other stuff. It's a huge network of ideas that underpins this very simple sort of telling, right? But fundamentally, what we're about is saying that no one has a right to rule you. I don't care if it's done by democracy. I don't care if it's done by theocracy. I don't care if it's done by commercial or economic means. There is no way that there is a justification for someone to rule you. This is what it's about at its core. So, hey, Moomin. So how do we get shit done? Solidarity and mutual aid, just like you've seen demonstrated here. One of the channel members, one of the community members, another human being needs help. So we help them. That's what you do. Ginger, you've got my email. You know what to do with it if you need it. Exactly, Lotus. No, I hate feet. I hate feet. Ugh. I'll just forward them to me, Trey. You be well. You take care of yourself, Ginger. Yeah. I got the donations page. I got it. 2Rabbit. It's less of representation and more of a delegation of research and sorry, it's been a long stream. Sort of for a second. It's more about setting up delegates and committees than it is actually a representative form of governance. The way you delegate and federate under sort of anarchistic individual sovereign principles is that the final vote actually wraps back around the final decision. Usually we like consensus decision making or approval voting at worst. It wraps back around. So it's not a senator or a congressperson having the final say on the law. It would be the people themselves. And I love what you did there, Evaporus. That was fucking the Christian 33. What was that fucker's name? Christian 331. It's nice. It's a nice touch. Oh, here, if you're actually curious, big boy, you can go read that document. Not right now, but your homework for today. That talks about anarcho-syndicalism. Syndicalism is a form of, it's just, syndicat is French for union or trade union, right? So this is sort of anarchism mixed with unionization of the workplace, right? So that'll walk you through some of the sort of tent poles. Reaper. Oh, I'm fine with Big Boy or Reaper, whatever. 2Rabbit, Anson, the gateway drug. It's almost like I've been doing this a little bit. 2Rabbit. You know how to just get them an inch closer, an inch closer. iPhone SE fat fingered. Ah, I still think it's a funny thing. Whether you did it unintentionally or intentionally. Yes, Lotus. They gather the info, hash out the wider points as they should. Yes, the elected representative in an anarchist model makes no final definite decisions, which is why they're not really a representative. That's why we tend to use the term delegate and shit like that. It's, you know, you're not representing me. It's not what it's about. Oh, no worries. No worries, Reaper. Yes, and they're removable at any time. Yeah, it's a whole other thing. They don't represent you. They work for you in like the classical sense. Yeah, no, let's see. I know what ICS means from my from some of my security training back in my old school IT days. That's incident command system. Jesus Christ. It's time to call it boys and girls and everything in between. Yeah, incident command system, right? Oh fuck, I'm just looking up myself. Yeah. Okay. As I do it. Yeah. I just remember it from my IT security days that, you know, it's at one point I was associated guys, gals, and NB pals. Oh, I like that one. I like that one, Lotus. I may steal that one. But yeah, it's when I was a member of the Infra Guard, that was a thing that we had to learn about. Just its existence didn't affect us, other than you may be involved or, you know, this is the command structure you fall under. All right. All right, everyone. You know, I wasn't feeling great about that stream. It was slow. We didn't cover a whole lot of ground. There wasn't any major revelations or brilliant espousing of philosophy or ideology or theory on my part for a good portion of it. I was feeling kind of, you know, hollow on this stream. But you know what? We fucking pulled together as, like, you know, a team, as a community, and fucking got some shit sorted. Thank you. You're welcome. And I like turtles. You know, I feel good about where we ended up in the end. I took a political test online. If you want something with more axes of analysis, here's another link for you, Reaper. It's a retooled 8 values test on my site. Yeah, exactly. Praxis, bitch. Get her done. Yeah. It turned out. Oh no, it's terrible. I mean, it's, you know, who do you? It tells you who you may be similar to, and I assure you, if I took that test, I may break that site. See, Ivaporus, this is one of those things that I tell people all the time. I could explain to you till the cows come home, but you just have to do it. You have to do it. It's like, you know, saying like, this is functionally how you skydive. But eventually you just have to jump out of the fucking plane. And then you get it. You get it. So, you know, if you look up a local anarchistic co-op, there's almost always somewhere in your state or your country, and sign up. And you'll get it. You'll get it. It'll just click. But either way, I'm going to stop talking because my voice hurts. And you guys know the spiel. Kais Things, KAIS things.com. Stream, VODs, essays, photography, all that sort of stuff. Add a 77 to the end of that Dalek because the CP means something else online. Hope you guys are as well as you can be. Till next time.